It is our honor to gather here in Diriyah today, to embark on a new journey of discovery into the depths of our rich history and civilization. The Diriyah Global Seminar is more than just a meeting. It is a tribute to the stories of ancestors and the legacy of a land that has witnessed remarkable achievements throughout history. We begin our first session with a thought-provoking question. How can sensory storytelling reshape narratives about sense? The lecture titled Reframing Narratives on Scent with Scent will provide the answer. Please join me in welcoming to the stage Ms. Claire Dubbin, an independent researcher and curator.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to start by thanking everyone who contributed to bringing us all together today for this fantastic event. It really is an honour to be here. So today I'm going to talk about scent. When I saw the theme for this year's seminar, I knew that scent would be a feature of some papers and provide the context for others. It just isn't possible to spend 2 days talking about trade and the cultural heritage of Diriyah without alluding to scent. What I didn't know, and still don't know, is where scent as a subject might sit within papers and panels on the spectrum of tangibility. Because scent, in so many ways, is both tangible and intangible. As a botanical product and currency, it has been grown, produced and traded for millennia. Olfactory practices and the consumption of scent are baked into culture, into traditions, identities, rituals and experiences, which pass from one generation to the next and continually evolve. The dynamic, multifaceted history of scent has been documented scientifically and archaeologically, anthropologically and sociologically, as well as in myriad art forms. Museum collections include tangible depictions and legacies of scent-related practices spanning thousands of years. The less tangible facets of scent's cultural history, however, remain largely absent. Museums and heritage spaces are overwhelmingly ocular-centric. They revolve around vision. We look, we read, we learn. Today I'm going to share some of the ways my work as a curator and interdisciplinary researcher attempts to challenge and change that by highlighting the benefits, potential and impact of a more olfactorily-led approach to researching, interpreting, documenting and engaging narratives on scent. Perfume, in its broadest sense, including scented oils, fragrant spices and aromatic incense, has long been associated with the lands of the Arab and Islamic worlds. They were, for millennia, the sources of luxurious and valuable substances, such as myrrh, cedar and saffron. And the brisk export of indigenous products, such as frankincense, was in many ways the financial lifeblood of ancient Arabia. Everyday practices and ceremonial rituals were, and still are, marked by the offering of rosewater, the burning of incense, and the application of perfume. These rituals and practices, both public and personal, religious and secular, have resulted in a wide variety of celebrated artefacts. Rosewater sprinklers, incense burners, and perfume containers populate the collections of museums dedicated to the arts and cultures of the Islamic world, in abundance and across the globe. They vary from elite works of art made for an exalted few to humbler objects, surviving in smaller numbers, which nonetheless echo the forms and functions of their more prestigious counterparts. Rosewater sprinklers play a part in public and private performances of perfuming. Their special shapes range from the flat flask-like mamluk-era bottles embellished with enamelled glass to the distinctive swan-necked vessels of later Safavid and Qajar Persia, as shown on the left here. The hospitality inherent in a guest being offered rosewater, or a variant such as lemon cologne, after a journey on entering and leaving a home, and particularly before and after meals, are key to larger ideas about identity and belonging. Incense burners played and continue to play a central role in public perfuming rituals, as well as in private homes. Their form and size, dictated by their exact function, varies dramatically. As well as festivals such as Eid, incense was burned publicly before sending troops off to war, to ward off plagues, and to celebrate the birth of significant public figures. In the private sphere, incense and oud were kept burning day and night in any household that could afford to do so. Upon their departure from the home, guests were offered incense to pass over and around their clothing, to perfume themselves, a ritual that continues to this day in private homes across the Arab world. Myriad bottles, vials, and boxes have been used for centuries to store, transport, and present perfume substances. These range from simple glass containers, like this one, to richly detailed vessels crafted from luxurious materials such as ivory, rock crystal, and precious metals. We must infer their function in most cases based on their form and, where possible, residues of their contents. These exquisite objects are displayed in museums as fascinating, detailed works of art crafted from precious materials. However, they would have been seen by members of the court, who were their patrons and recipients, merely as luxurious packaging, or as Robert Hillenbrand quite reasonably called them, expensive wrapping paper. The contents was inarguably the main event. These are just the tangible legacies and material markers of a largely intangible heritage, of ephemeral practices that they were produced to facilitate. Yet, historic rosewater sprinklers, incense burners, and perfume bottles reside inactive in museum collections worldwide, whilst their contemporary counterparts maintain an active role in daily life and an enduring relevance in the contemporary arts and cultures of the Islamic world. They provide museums with rich visual content for exhibitions and display, but the full expression of these objects is incomplete in a traditional museum setting. When in use, an incense burner is almost entirely enveloped with heady smoke, and a perfume bottle would rest pleasingly but nearly hidden in one hand as it slowly released a few drops of precious scented oil. In museums, engaging with these objects is primarily visual and passive, whilst in everyday life that engagement is primarily olfactory and active. In museums, these objects are static, defined by their form and described with language. In life, these objects are dynamic, defined by their function and experienced multisensorially. The tangible artistic qualities and intrinsic value of these material objects are what is prioritised in museums, whereas in life, the intangible associative qualities and the intrinsic value of the scents themselves is what is prioritised. As well as safeguarding and collecting intangible cultural heritage associated with scent today, it's important for museums to revisit these historic objects and find ways to reconnect them with the living heritage, contemporary knowledge, and cultural expression surrounding olfactory practices. Because 99 times out of 10, museums continue to label them in relation to materials and artistic techniques, contextualise them with maps and eras, and display them with more objects within the same category, or perhaps made in the same way. This pushes them further from their function, further from their associated scent, and further from opportunities to connect more inclusively with visitors in an emotional, memorable, and relatable way. This disconnect between these objects in museums and in life is especially stark here and across the Arabian Peninsula, where these olfactory experiences in life are omnipresent. This could in part explain why I have found it so easy and inspiring to work here, and some of the most innovative developments in incorporating scent into heritage experiences have found fertile ground here in recent years. Last time I was here in March, I visited Diriyah Contemporary Art Biennale, where scent was included and the focus of several commissioned artworks and activations. Shortly after that, Perfumes of the East opened at Riyadh National Museum, an exhibition of several years in the making, with olfactory experiences considered part of both content and interpretation from the outset, resulting in a significant step away from exhibitions just being about scent and becoming exhibitions which actually engage with it. Another significant step closer to this becoming established practice can be seen, and more importantly smelt, in the incense experience in Alula. Last month, as part of this year's Ancient Kingdoms Festival, the experience has been designed to immerse visitors in the multisensorial history of the incense road and celebrate the significance of historic trade routes through this part of Arabia. After attending last year's Ancient Kingdoms Festival, which included a range of sensorial culinary experiences and scent-based interactives inspired by local food and based on extensive community engagement, I stumbled across this installation on the far image. It was on the Incense Road, on Incense Road in the Old Town. The projection onto the renovated historic building started with a simple vessel from which smoke began to rise, gradually spreading and transforming into botanical patterns, which filled the walls. In front of the installation was a large incense burner with incense available for you to add coals, enabling passers-by to participate in the installation and firmly positioning the olfactory dimension at the heart of the experience. Although the idea of burning incense in a gallery might have any conservators in the audience shuffling in their seats, there are many ways that raw materials and aromatics can be safely used in a museum environment. Frankincense and agarwood, for example, have unique and distinctive appearances, can be handled and used in close proximity to original objects, and to some degree emit the scent for which they are prized. Aromatic spices can also be used inexpensively for programming on gallery. They can provide powerful sensory storytelling tools, perform a specific interpretive role, such as reuniting historic artifacts like incense burners with the products that inspired and defined them, but also less tangible interpretive roles, like setting the scene or providing an olfactory backdrop. This is how I first incorporated olfactory stimuli into a gallery-based program. Ektashef Art Through the Senses was a family program I ran at Mataf Arab Museum of Modern Art in Doha in 2016, when I was working at Qatar Museums. It was designed to facilitate a multisensory approach to interpretation of a painting by Jassim Al-Zaini. The painting, Turathiyat, relates to the modernization of Qatar and the importance of deeply rooted traditions as a country transitions into a new era. The program revolved around a sensory toolkit designed to provide an unfacilitated gallery experience in which families could explore the artwork, which could not be touched, using all their senses. It was developed as part of a collaborative research project with Hamad bin Khalifa University in Doha and Westminster University in London. Using a robust mixed methods approach, including observation, questionnaires, and semi-structured interviews, the project evaluated how multisensory tools could enhance engagement with an artwork. It also explored how autobiographical memory could be used as a tool to measure the depth of engagement and long-term impact on visitor experiences. The multisensory tools that we developed to interpret the painting contextualized some elements in quite a concrete way. The formal qualities of the sanduk box in the center, for example, were replicated in 3 dimensions, and a gypsum tile replicated the patterns, textures, and details of those in the center of the painting. A puzzle and the playmat recreated the composition of the painting. The colored blocks replicated the colors on the left side of the painting, modern Qatar, and the natural wood blocks, the more traditional structures, such as the crow's feet detail on the top of the wall and the historic fort on the right. The painting was also contextualized in more abstract ways, including by scent pots containing cardamom, cinnamon, frankincense, and saffron. These were intended to help stimulate emotional responses, autobiographical memories, personal connections, and associations, as well as providing the activity with a subtle scentscape. 65 families attended, including 123 children from 8 months to 11 years and 90 adults. Each family had a 25-minute time slot to use the sensory toolkit in the gallery whilst being observed at a distance and before completing questionnaires on their experience. 7 families were also picked at random to complete a more in-depth interview. Data was collected from across the 2 activities, one without a multisensory toolkit, to make it possible to infer statistical significance in differences across the variables. It was also collected at 2 times, immediately after and 1 month later, to get a sense of how the multisensory dimension impacted memorability. Quantitative analysis of the questionnaire data revealed emotions to be more positive for the multisensory activity, curious, inspired, nostalgic, coming up as among the strongest and most frequent. There was also statistical difference in happiness and calmness being higher. The data from questionnaires revealed that emotions to be stronger and significantly more autobiographical memories to have been triggered during the sensory activity. Depth of processing was stronger, with deeper elaboration and more profound reflections on what they were thinking about during the activity, such as childhood, family, and the past. 96% of adults could create an image of the painting in their mind 1 month later, and 89% were able to draw it. 74% of children aged 5 to 11 and 50% of children under 5 were also able to draw the painting from memory 1 month later. These results are consistent with what we know from cognitive psychology and neuroscience about the power and properties of scent. Studies have explored and revealed the ability of scent to trigger vivid evocations of autobiographical experiences, finding that odor-cued memories are more emotional than memories elicited by verbal or visual cues, such as images or the written word. However, this study was comparing a multisensory visitor experience with a visual experience. It didn't single out the olfactory component and therefore could not determine the extent to which each sense contributed. The previous year, I conducted an exploratory study with Dr. Leslie Mickelson, with whom I have collaborated on much of my scent-based research at the Museum of Islamic Art in Doha. This did look specifically at scent. 31 participants representing the richly diverse population and museum-going public of Qatar were presented with significant scents in identical neutral packaging, including frankincense, oud, and sandalwood. On smelling each one, they were asked to simply write down the first 3 words they thought of, without consulting with others in the group. What this exploratory exercise demonstrated in just a few seconds was the potential of scent as an interpretive tool to inspire emotions and reflections, to trigger memories and to influence behaviour. Here you can see the words given on engaging with the smell of frankincense. We grouped the wide range of words into places, times, activities, adjectives and nouns. On revisiting these words for this paper, the significance quickly became apparent of considering these words in relation to their tangibility and specificity, because within each category there is a spectrum from relatively descriptive and concrete to more abstract and conceptual. That can be seen here in the actual source of the smell being cited, in this case frankincense or luban, at one end of the spectrum, and what the smell conjured in the mind or made the participant feel at the other: freedom, privacy, the night sky. I'd overlooked this before, but it actually speaks in a very direct way to my subsequent research around the challenges as well as the benefits of employing scent as an interpretive tool, primarily in relation to the subjectivity and culture-bound associations of scent. Home and church, for example, whilst in this part of the world frankincense is widely associated with home, or indeed grandma's house, in Europe, similar studies have since revealed a much stronger association with the church. This ties into how we should be thinking about objects from the past. Sorry, I've lost my place. Oud inspired a similarly broad range of words and pointedly subjective associations. We had both heat and cold, gross and charming, blue, pink, orange, and translucent. But there's also a shared sense of association with notions of physical health and spiritual purification, which ties into meaning that museums might well interpret in relation to oud through text. It also noticed how, across the different scents, in relation to time and place, there is something quite contemporary and current about where participants were immediately transported, again across the spectrum of tangibility, from Dubai Metro and the Sheraton Hotel to special occasions, autumn and 2015, which at the time was indeed the present. This ties into how we should be thinking about making objects from the past relevant and relatable to audiences today. Profoundly emotional associations and connotations like loneliness, solitude, wisdom, and joy also brought poetry to these direct associations with the aromatics, again without the need for interpretive text. In spite of apparent contradictions on the surface, like being both wild and strong, mild and soft, there was learning to be found in the seemingly incongruous, idiosyncratic and humorous places participants were transported by scent. Bertie Bassett, Dead Bugs and National Trust shops reflect the subjective, personal associative nature of scent. The sea of words formed in a matter of seconds also demonstrates the range of visitor outcomes that scent can inspire. As well as emotional and intellectual, these outcomes are also social and behavioural, which bodes well for museums wanting to open up more active dialogue with their audiences. It was an exceptionally engaging activity. In inspiring vivid memories and a broad range of emotions, as well as more physiological responses, the act of smelling sparked rich debate around both shared associations and those uniquely personal to individuals. Passionate storytelling moved from tribal culture in Africa, dodgy hotel rooms in Europe, and long train journeys in Asia to memories of childhood and distant and deceased loved ones. Although many personal associations were different, participants engaged with others in response to these differences, passionately sharing and defending them. Oops. The potential for olfactory experiences to play an active role in the interpretation of scent in the arts and cultures of the Islamic world and associated visual art collections, much of which I have drawn on for this paper, is explored in a book chapter I wrote with Dr. Leslie Mickelson in 2018. We started our research in Doha and later picked it up in a slightly different direction in Hawaii for Shangri-La Museum of Islamic Art, Culture and Design a few years later. We started to expand our scope of what could constitute a scent-specific object, from incense burners and rosewater sprinklers to ceramics and textiles with designs incorporating aromatic botanicals, especially those which would have been situated in rich sensory landscapes, but now reside inactive and isolated within environmentally controlled museum stores. We explored the inspiration and inference of precious scents evident in the intricate floral designs of this 17th century silk carpet, echoing palace floors strewn with sweet-smelling vegetation, or the delightfully conceived garden pathways outside from which visitors would inhale fragrances as they walked. We worked with a botanist to identify the botanicals in the design and quickly became excited by the prospect that one day botanicals and perhaps even their scent profiles might become part of the standard data used to document such museum objects, and how much more creative and immersive exhibitions would be as a result. The next step for me was to start my PhD, to ultimately apply the same robust research design that we had used in Ektashef to a scent-specific study, to generate the kind of results that might help move museums a step closer to that wonderful distant world where exhibitions and documentation and the research that underpin them to be inherently multisensory. And scent not to be 99.9% absent from exhibitions. For the first big study, I conducted a survey to explore if, how and why scent is being used. Often the interpretation they develop engages each sense. Perhaps not surprisingly, vision was the highest, followed by touch, sound, smell, and then taste. Only 6 museum practitioners out of 178 reported to always use scent. Notably, those 6 were spread across all museum types and almost all professional roles. They were also based in different countries and across 5 continents. Scent is most commonly used in public programming activities and events, followed by temporary exhibitions and then permanent displays. The primary audience given was children and families, either exclusively or alongside additional audience groups. This was followed by it actually being a good addition for anybody. Sorry, I'm having trouble. I'm not touching it. It just wants to move on, obviously. Okay. This slide, it started with this slide, so I needed to be on this slide. This slide shows a snapshot of the most frequently used words within responses to a question on the perceived value and benefit of using scent as an interpretive tool. Providing historic context was a significant focus for how scent-based interpretation is being used. Why scent is being used revolves primarily around its potential to add and enhance engagement opportunities, to transport visitors to another time and place, and to transcend or circumnavigate conventional methods of communication, eliciting more direct and visceral impact. Memory was central to all responses. This was both in relation to scent's ability to trigger memories as well as to cement them. Okay. 3 thematic strands ran through responses to challenges and barriers faced by practitioners: a lack of resources, the need to understand specific health and safety issues, and the ambiguity surrounding best practice. The challenges and barriers experienced by practitioners wanting to employ scent as an interpretive tool are as important to understand as the value attributed to it. Both are informing the approach I am taking to my next experimental study. I ultimately want research to support and contribute to practice. I'm not interested in what scent can do in theory. There is abundant literature and data on that. I want to create achievable, scalable approaches that museums can employ effectively on any budget. I'm working... I thought I'd done it that time. I'm working with the artist Grace Payne Kumar, an exceptionally talented, classically trained portrait artist who is passionate about using her traditional medium to push boundaries, challenge conventions, and reframe narratives from more culturally inclusive perspectives. It is early days, but what we are essentially creating is another sensory toolkit, but this time for adults. Grace will produce a large painting including and depicting the activation of authentic objects from museum collections spanning 4,000 years of scent. This will be used, the objects will be in use, diffusing, carrying and dispensing scent, and accompanied by their associated botanicals and products. The idea is to display the painting alongside as many of the depicted objects as possible, and to incorporate a bespoke series of scents. The scent design will be done in consultation with academics and community experts with intimate knowledge and lived experience of the intangible as well as the tangible elements and narratives surrounding the objects. We will develop an enriched audio interpretation, which will provide a guided experience around the painting, objects, and olfactory cues. The research design incorporates 4 variables: the painting and the objects alone, the painting, objects, and standard audio description, the painting, objects, and enriched audio, but without scents, only alluding to it, and then the painting, objects, enriched audio, and the scents. I'm happy to discuss this further with anyone interested in knowing more or collaborating with us on this, and I hope to return next year with some results. But I need to wrap up here as I'm almost out of time. So, I'm not sure what's going on with the slides. Sorry. I hope the slides here have been the ones that I have been moving through slides, haven't I? Haven't I? Yeah. Have you seen all these slides? Please tell me you've seen all these slides. Okay. I will wrap up now. One more. Excellent. Multisensory approaches to storytelling present opportunities for museums to reframe narratives on scent in Arabia, by weaving olfactory experiences back into understanding of the incense road. Whether you're an academic, a curator, collections manager or exhibition designer, or simply a museum visitor, it can't do any harm to ask yourself these questions next time you encounter scent-specific museum objects. There is a great exhibition that's been developed as part of this seminar, aptly titled Caravans of Memories. So you can go and try it out later on today or tomorrow. So how do these objects activate, diffuse, decant, or amplify scent? What is the reason and impact of that activation? What are the specific fragrances associated with these objects? What are their natural origins and botanical sources? And most importantly, what do they smell like? Reconnecting the tangible heritage and material culture of scent with the ephemeral botanicals and airborne aromas that inspired and define them is not merely a novelty. It has the potential to disrupt ingrained cultural, disciplinary, and institutional lenses through which the story of scent in Arabia has typically been told. This creates space for new research, new audiences, and potentially new ways to engage with the sensorial heritage of Diriyah. Thank you.
A heartfelt thank you to Ms. Claire for shedding light on the significance of engaging with Diriyah's heritage through sensory experience of scent. So, moving forward to delve into the history of Arabian oasis, caravans, and the artistic legacy, we present a special lecture by Dr. Diana Pickworth, a visiting scholar at the University of California, Berkeley.
Sorry about that. Where do I click it? On the left. All right. All right, now you can hear. All right. How is that? Good? Okay. Well, good morning. I'm very happy to be here. I waited almost 40 years to come to Saudi Arabia. So, caravans, oasis, and the artistic legacy of Arabia. Fine, I found it. Sorry? Yes. Yeah. Okay. Maps of the 18th century. The map you see was created in 1851. It represents a European 19th century fascination with the Arabian Peninsula, fired by a competitive greed quite as much as curiosity. Earlier maps of 1720 by C. Cellarius and 1817 by Arrowsmith, both in my collection, make abundantly clear a total lack of information below the latitude of Jeddah and El-Khasa. Excepting the coasts, the maps represent a growing expansionist attitude of the United Kingdom. Diriyah is marked on all three of the maps. Today, I hope to demonstrate how very much busier it was below the Jeddah El-Hassa latitude. Carsten Niebuhr, who lived from 1733 to 1815, visited the Wadi Hanifa in 1761, an oasis habitable only periodically. The Wadi Hanifa feeds the oasis that is Diriyah. The river was historically referred to as the Wadi al-Arad, an intermittent river, later named for its tribal inhabitants, the Bani Hanifa. A Danish academic research expedition group met grief and death, and the sole survivor, Carsten Niebuhr, passed through Diriyah, meeting Prince Mohammed ibn Saud. He arrived from India by sea and traveled along the eastern route through the central desert to Nejd, en route to Pasargadae. The intermittent river demanded local guides and informants for any foreign visitor. An oasis of palm trees offers food, baskets, and light furniture. And I've actually slept in Babylon on funny beds made from bamboo strips. It was fun. Today, dates grown on the island of Socotra are packed tightly into leather-sewn tubes and preserved for up to 7 years. They taste marvelous and address the non-optimal living conditions in the southern part of Arabia and its islands. Their cultivation also includes a ground cover cropping of clover to be used for fodder for the sheep and goats, which are tended by the women while at the same time replenishing the earth with nitrogen. A mixed herd of goats, sheep, and donkeys are managed by women who circulate within a larger elliptical cycle made by the men driving the camel herds, who free range. The climatic variations of the northern monsoon and an east-west division across the continent of animal and plant species led to remarkable shifts in the habitability of the land through time. Notably, this land was in earlier ancient periods a green, productive space. Witness to the desiccation at the end of the Bronze Age are the thousands of stone tombs on cliffs, bluffs, and hillocks. The loss of species reflects an associated human decline as once continent-wide rivers disappeared underground, leaving only empty, dry wadi beds for us to explore today. It is along these dry, hollow, and on the sabkha of lost lakes that we must explore. The camel. I love camels. The camel, because this is the year of the camel. Rock art imagery of a wild camel hunt and later domestication reflects a specificity of breeding for location. The fat stored in the hump of the camel was a genetic response to unreliable and failing optimal weather. The very earliest migrants out of Africa appear to have crossed at the Bab el-Mandeb, and a second group crossed at the top of Africa across the Sinai Peninsula. Here pictured is a black camel, he's my very favorite one, at the lower edge of the southwest edge of the Rub al-Khali. This image was taken north of Jawat Banat Mathul, south of the better-known rows of tombs on the hills. The fat content of the milk in the black camel is bred to be higher at 6.7%. Also, there is a development of the feet to walk in the finest sand. These are fat-tailed sheep. The fat-tailed sheep represent 25% of global species. They originated in the Near East, and I took this photo on the mound of one of the gates at Nineveh in Iraq. This adaptation led to 130 pounds of fat stored in the tail. This resulted from a genetic modification And Darwin's greatest discovery was that change could happen very quickly, dependent upon the weather. These two animals, the camel and the fat-tailed sheep, responded to a decline in climatic conditions, each in different ways, but both developing a fat storage mechanism against food deprivation, which was used by humans to their advantage. More useful to us is a record from Babylon in the Sumerian language, where the first mention of the sale of 3 fat-tailed sheep occurred, called Gukal. This occurred 2900 BC, which means that they were domesticated by this point. Rock art was the earliest desert communication, which was purely visual, and today the different styles can be perceived and dated. These are the national treasures to protect. The art continues over an extended time period, and writing, the mark of the beginning of history, occurs in different times and different areas. And certainly the rocks were the first tablet to use for the Arabs, having no permanent homestead. The declining density of population is also to be factored in. A traditional understanding of the development of writing in Mesopotamia was that the equivalent of bills of lading traveled with the goods across the desert. For example, a small square token with a cross-hatched line symbolizes sheep. Specific signs signified the quantity of how many sheep were being moved. This token was encased in a round clay hollow ball to be opened on arrival. It's about the size of a tennis ball, and if you shake it, you can hear the tokens inside. As one small token, Arabia was part of this exchange, as one small token was found in a museum collection from Arabia. The development of society is chronicled for the first time in Arabia by the people of Ma'in in what I'm referring to as the southern Jove, where their temples were decorated with rows of animal images interspersed with the etched royal name of the builder of the temple. Important to note, no camels are included in the southern Jove imagery, marking an artistic division between the settled societies of the small kingdoms with sufficient resources to remain in place and the migratory Bedouin who moved to create a sustainable living pattern. Caravan routes of the desert, a transition from plenitude to desiccation and prehistory. The desert life is constrained by paucity of resource and distance between water sources, such that movement by the people was necessity to sustain life. But the Rub al-Khali denied all life and had to be circumnavigated. A study of the Ruwala is useful as their style embodies ancient practice. The art created on rock faces chronicles for us life before desiccation at the end of the Bronze Age. The routes of the northwest and northeast across the country were a response to the advantage of a connection with the Levantine and Mesopotamian societies. The reality was that the raw materials, raw metals, minerals, and specific botanicals desired in the far north and unavailable there were to be found in the southwest of the continent, where settled communities of small states exported these goods across the continent. What had been a small exchange pattern expanded as the camel caravans shunted across the continent for 1000 BC before Common Era and from south to north, and eventually from the middle first millennium before Common Era, also north to south, carrying goods back into the peninsula in the Roman period. Oh, it jumps. Good. This is the first sculpture in the round, and this particular example, this fat, chubby little lady, I excavated at Jawat Bintain Methul. And Jawat is northeast of Marib, if that helps you slightly. It's a long way from anywhere, and it means two little mountains. The second period of artistic legacy is represented by this burial piece. The chubby little female figure is rare, as these figures are primarily of armed male figurines found in the Hadramut by Alexander Sedor. The figurines are all of granite, and more strongly than anything else, a marker of complete climactic collapse in the marginal areas of the continent, extending south to the Wadi, crossing the continent into the Hadramut. All of these areas experience desertification. The Master of Animals imagery occurs throughout the Middle East, and the image is illustrated on small stamp seals in the south and on cylinder seals in the north. Early glyptic art images represent a transition of societal structure. The animals chosen are lion, leopard, antelope, or the ibex. Humans are demonstrating their supremacy over the fiercest animals, and environmental control is associated thereby. A king or leader uses the art imagery to demonstrate his power and prowess to the people he leads. We also see examples of one dominated bird, the ostrich, killed and hanging, or life and hanging sometimes. One is held up in each hand by a leader of the desert areas. The bovine hunt, this is very beautiful, and anyone who happens to know where it is, it would be important to let us know. It was reported by Groman early, and he seems to have made the image from somebody's plaque, this plaque, who owned it. It does not seem to be in the museums, but I think it would be in Italy, if anywhere. The pictorial story is read from bottom to top, where the name of the leader is written in ancient South Arabian. The lowest image shows the leader riding a horse, followed by a servant on foot. In the second image, the leader grasps the horns of the bull. It's a bull, not a leopard. To demonstrate his power, the decorated skin of the animal implies it is a sacrificial gift for a temple, as the servant holds a dagger aloft, ready to slaughter the animal. In the third panel, we see the leader and his servant on a camel, carrying the sacrificial skin. The final top panel shows the pair walking, led by the crowned king, holding a staff and the gift. clearly a first millennium before Common Era artistic tour de force. And it's referred to only by Grohmann in 1963 and Müller in 1876. So it's been known a long time. The ibex hunt, rocks and sacred mountains were used as meeting places for tribal and kingly ceremony. An ibex hunt was an annual event and continues up until today in the Hadramut. I've actually seen one. In the imagery of the ibex hunt, a king assumes the mask of an ibex. We see this art both on the wall decoration and on the glyptic art. Shown here, we see the use of a saluki to chase and hunt the animals. They are also sometimes netted, but a saluki bites the animal on the haunch and pulls it down, and then it has to be killed. This is the salt mine at Safa, and I'm aware that there is a salt mine fairly close to Riyadh. But today, north of Marib, one still sees the camels plodding along with sacks of salt. This was of great importance for preservation of meat, and this view I took is deep into the mine. The ostrich hunt is shown here as a frieze, but it also occurs on chalcedony seals, which depict the wild ostrich in the desert, which was not really domesticated. The hunt was a measure of community cooperation, financial gain, and food acquisition. It was discussed by Dumas in 1871, Laufer in 1926, and Coody in 1989. General Dumas was describing a hunt with guns, but the bow and arrow would have been used in prior hunts in the same manner. A hunt was ceremonial, prestigious, and lucrative. These three major authors described the event and the organization required. It was not done singly, but with groups of 10 hunters, each accompanied by a servant riding a camel. The hunt would last 7 to 8 days, and each camel carries 4 goat skins of barley for the horses, wheat flour for the men, dates, a cooking pot, long cords, a sewing needle, horseshoes, and spare nails. The hunter wears a shirt and woolen trousers and covers his head with a cloth held by a leather thong. His weapon was a wooden, olive wood, or tamarind club, 4 to 5 feet long with a very heavy tip. The scalp for the flock, which can be from 30 to 60 birds. Once sighted, the riders, each carrying water only for themselves, circle the flock. Once in place, the servants move in to chase the birds, who run out towards the horsemen. Terrified, the birds run themselves to exhaustion, and as they weaken, each rider chooses a bird and chases it on horseback, hitting it hard on the head. It is immediately bled to preserve the feathers. This meat was boiled to render the fat, which was poured into the leg skin and closed and sealed by sewing. The tendons were saved for tying up the Bedouin tents. They returned to base camp to rest for 1 day, and then the hunt may be repeated. Salukis are used for catching baby ostriches. The feathers reap large financial reward and were used for headdresses and clothing. Ostriches domesticated can yield 16 pounds of feathers a year from their 3rd to 12th year when plucked every 9 months. a female can produce 35 to 70 eggs a year, and scenes from Marib, carved in stone, give us an image of the narrative art in the first millennium before Common Era. There are quite a lot of ostriches images, but not very well published. The minerals, the gold, the silver, and the brass were plentiful all over the Arabian Peninsula. The gold mines in Yemen are quite, I wrote an article on them, and this granulation on this necklace, which was excavated in Timna in Yemen, demonstrates that the granulation, design, and engraving make clear that the highest quality of workmanship was also available in the peninsula. This lovely Arabian necklace, it's truly Arabian, was excavated by Alexander Sedov at Bir Ali. The gold traveled north to the kings of the Levant and Mesopotamia, because gold mines are abundant in the peninsula, and the Mad al-Dhahab gold dust was actually visible traveling along the western route to Gaza. More expensive, and this is fairly new, were gold nuggets, which were specified by the Babylonian kings and were the finest and purest red gold. And I think indeed it's placer gold. It was sold at a rate of 14 shekels of silver for 1 shekel of gold. And this was referred to in text in Akkadian as Naltar gold, a loan word into Akkadian. It was sourced below the head of the Arabian Gulf in eastern Arabia. The silver was controlled, the mines in Yemen were controlled by the Sasanians. The big Radrad silver mine was published by Robin. And in the first millennium, it led to their control of the Radrad mines. It's south of Najran and other mines in the southern Jove. The blue agate is also from a named mine in the Yemen. And this image here, I excavated at Nineveh. And those funny looking loops or hoops around the top of the beautiful blue agate are solid silver. And we were able to X-ray them, but not restore them. It was too degraded. The bronze skill in the peninsula is amazing, and it's gifted with beautiful buried stones. Wait a minute. This demonstrates in the small southern city-states, and a specific skilled workforce produced a range of statues, rings, and bracelets. This is Mahdi Karab, and he's wearing a mark of kingship, is his lion skin hanging. It might be a cheetah, I think. This is extruded cryptocrystalline quartz, and the Arabian Peninsula is gifted with beautiful buried stones. And today, they're truly on display in the Taj Mahal. All of the stones that were used to decorate that memorial to his wife came from the Yemen, and they're very beautiful. These veins of white agate were associated with Bronze Age bead making on a site in the southern coast close to Aden. It's situated on a ledge overlooking the Gulf of Aden, unremarked by anyone for 1,000 years till I went for a picnic there. This sample is not veined. Here you see an Arab sample of the blue agate mounted in a silver ring, and it's unusual that it was not broken up to seal the metal. I'm going to run through some stones now. This is onyx. It's a small drilled bead, and it demonstrates the very highly valued black and white color of the stone. An onyx scepter now in the Vorderasiatisches Museum in Berlin was excavated in Babylon and is made from this stone. The majority of the stones in Arabia are sardonyx, and in the corpus of ecliptic art from the Yemen, a tricolor banded agate of honey, cream, and brown is the norm. This is an opaque example of the stamp seal. These are two exquisite examples of stamp seals that are what I would call of gem quality, made into the finest engraved stones. I believe the one on your right is in the Metropolitan Museum in New York. The famed aromatics, which we heard about, are frankincense and myrrh. This is a tall, square incense burner traveling by camel to Babylon, about 400 before Common Era. The rider holds aloft, ? I'm open to anyone's suggestion. It might be wood, implying that it's oud or aromatic. But most of the little square burners which went to Babylon, this one's a rather tall one, the short ones went to the south of Mesopotamia. Diriyah, through time, was a highly valued stopping point for the caravan traders. This means that today we must honor and continue with a caliber of excavation that captures in our sieves and flotation tanks the prehistory and history of its importance, for that is where we will find the story. This is myrrh, and we found this at Beer Alley. They must pack it into they're very large. They're about 15 inches across. And it was excavated by Sedov, and we were all working there. And the camel train went north until it arrived most normally in an eastern destination during the Roman period to be burned at funerals. And we also know, there's a very fine PhD, it's a very good abortive. The aromatics played a role as a defense against bad odors and a purification system. Lastly, and sadly, in the Roman period, the transport system transferred from a camel caravan land delivery to a Red Sea shipping delivery. Once the knowledge of the monsoon winds were conquered, it was an end to a lifeway that had endured almost 1,000 years. This is the well at the foot of the Mabalaka Pass, and I did go over it, that big mountain at the back, with one driver. We didn't ride. And it's the connection between Behan and Harib, and it's not very safe. That's me taking a photo. And intangible gifts from Diriyah are language, genetic study, and the poetry of life. And I'm going to read a poem I wrote. The Ramlat Sabatain, and the wind called my name. She blew wisps from the dunes of the Ramlat Sabatain. Jebel Balak stood stern against her. She eddied, and the grains danced. Her force threw sand in my eyes. I wept with no feeling, watering the earth for life. Diriyah left, and the dream white sands reflected my spirit to the pallid blue sky filled with clouds. My two companions laughed, alive in their danger, for the sands are merciless, and one knows Allah's edge. Snaking over and around, we move fast, guests, in Allah's private place, fleeting, humble wriggles of universal time and space. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much, Dr. Diana. A heartfelt thank you to Dr. Diana. I want to turn to the audience. Does anyone have any questions they would like to ask Dr. Diana in regards to her lecture? Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Diana. We will be returning at 12:30, hopefully, for a lecture on key texts on trade in Diriyah by Dr. Muhammad Al-Abdul-Latif. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
في صوت؟ الحين في؟ طيب تمام. خلاص نراكم بعد 7 دقائق بإذن الله.
السلام عليكم. تستعرض المحاضرة القادمة رؤى جديدة حول دور الدرعية في التجارة، مما يتيح فهم أعمق للأهمية التاريخية للمدينة كمركز تجاري. المحاضرة من دارة الملك عبد العزيز بعنوان المصادر الرئيسية للتجارة في الدرعية. يسعدني أني أرحب الدكتور محمد علي العبد اللطيف.
بسم الله. الصوت مسموع؟ طيب. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله أجمعين، نبينا محمد عليه وعلى آله أفضل الصلاة وأتم التسليم. في البداية أود أن أشكر هيئة تطوير بوابة الدرعية على هذا الملتقى العلمي الذي يؤكد على عمق التاريخ السعودي وعلى عمق الحضارة السعودية، وكذلك يؤكد على أهمية تاريخ الدرعية، تلك المدينة التي تأسست قبل حوالي 6 قرون وأصبحت العاصمة الأولى للدولة السعودية.
Thank you so much for being here, and I'm happy to have you all, and I would like to thank Diriyah Global Summit for having this summit as well. So, of course, when we have a summit, we usually talk about new things, new thoughts, new ideas that will be shared in the seminar. So my workshop will be about the historical text about trade in Diriyah, and I'm Muhammad bin Ali Abdul Latif from King Abdul Aziz Foundation. So I hope you enjoy our workshop, and of course I'm thanking my professors who's attending the workshop, and I hope I can do my best. So as we know, the timeless knowledge is the title of the seminar. So first of all, I would be brief in the workshop, but I will give you the key points that I would talk about, which is the first one, the founding of Diriyah. What's the importance of location, the establishment of Saudi state, how did the trade develop in Diriyah, and the people who are living in Diriyah as well. And of course we will talk about the Saudi state support for trade and the traders, reasons for the prosperity of trade. And as we know, there is a Wadi Hanifa Valley. So after establishment of Diriyah, after Muhammad bin Saud, Diriyah is in a center way, in a certain let's say in a very great place, which is connected to Al-Hajj, to Al-Medina and Mecca. So Diriyah was historical, a significant center for trade and politics in the Arabian Peninsula. So especially during the 18th and 19th century. So it was the original home of Saudi state and served as a capital unit until it was replaced by Riyadh. So Diriyah is located on the western edge of the Najd. So as you can see here now, this is a map of Diriyah. The trade ways and the ways of going to Al-Hajj and Al-Umrah. Sorry. So we have multiple trade ways for going to Al-Hajj and Al-Umrah, which is from the different places in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as we can see now, this is a map about Hajj and the trade routes passing through Diriyah. So why did the trade flourish? Why? We have multiple reasons, but the main reason, which is establishing a state and keen leadership that provided security, safety, and stability. So as you can see here in the left side of the screen, because it's a one person who travel alone in winter or summer, who's coming from north or south, from Hijaz or Tuhama and Yemen, and he's not afraid from anyone unless Allah. And of course that a traveler will come from Al-Kharj and different cities of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So of course he will be traveling from one city to another city, trying to find their own living, like their living priorities, like the food, water, and so on. But Diriyah, it was the main and capital city in that time. Now we will talk about some texts shows the beauty of ad-Din. So this is about Riki, which is a state trade policy, like and support markets. So one year, a man named Nasser bin Ibrahim came to him. He was a merchant, but he went bankrupt, as he was dealing with some of the people's money and spent it. He owned 4,000 gold. When he reached Diriyah, he explained the matter of Muhammad bin Saud, who gave him 4,000 gold. His son said to him, "Would you give this amount to a man you only know by name?" He said, "Yes, my sons, the world was created for the honor of the sons of Adam. You have heard that Nasr bin Ibrahim was a man of wealth and honor, but time forced him. So honorable people should show goodness to someone like him." So we have another one, which is John Lewis. Horses are also plentiful, and their prices are not expensive. They have the best pure-bred Arabian horses. So this shows us that Diriyah was the main center in that time. and there is a lot of horses and horses available for sale as well. And there's one, he's a French, he has a French nationality. When he just told us that one of the two neighborhoods is located in the north, and its name is Taif, the current residence of Saud, and the other is located in the south, and its name is Al Bujari, and it includes 28 of mosques and 30 schools, and it has no public paths or cafes. And the market consists of portable shops made of reeds that their owners easily move from one place to another. And he's saying about the palace of Imam Saud bin Abdul Aziz, saying, in this palace, Imam Saud, there were many fictions of luxury, and the place was filled with Indian fabrics and luxurious furniture. Saud was elegant in his clothing, and he appeared to be very pompous and brilliant. And now we have Burkhardt said that Saud always protected the trade in the areas under his rule, that the state's main trade was in food supplies. The tribes bought what they needed from within the desert. Since years of famine often occurred, the rich stored large quantities of wheat, and Saud never infruited with this. The Saudis do not have their own currency. The currency in general is the dollar. So the state interests in a trade and show us the types of trades, and of course there is a state policy towards traders. And now he is speaking about the taxes or zakat that happened, or zakats for the traders. So it shows us that it's known that on rare occasions the conceal an amount exceeding a quarter of their wealth. It happened that from one of the towns in the Qasim region was robbed of $3,000 in cash. So he just helped from being helped from Saud. And this leader ordered the town the manager to verify the amount of money, and he said was his wealth. It turns out that he had said his capital was $1,000. Because of this lie, Saud was riding the horses and camels, and which is shows us the state interest in trade, state policy towards the traders as well. And now we will talk about Fathullah Sayegh said that Diriyah is a small town with plenty of water. Its buildings are made of white stone. It has a population of 7,000 and has a market for sale. Their crafts are in weaving raw materials and making black and white shawls, and the fats and the wasps are striped with the white and red. There are also shops, wood, and of course for shops for camel and horse supplies. And manufacturing, of course. And now we have a context which is talking about business dealings with other regions, like said that the people of Mecca bring their supplies to Diriyah and sell them and buy sheep, camels, shawls, horses, and whatever they need, because every Wednesday there is a market in Diriyah for buying and selling livestock, felt shawls, and different shawls as well. The people of Diriyah also sell to the villages of the country. So it's sometimes we call it seasonal shop. And we have a context related to Riki, said that one of the characteristics of the people of Najd is a trade, as many of them are Meccans who travel to the outs of the Romans and the rest of the Arabian Peninsula. They do not go with goods from Najd itself to the Roman king, but rather they carry with them dirhams in particular, and they bring from Albiu, or the Levant silk seeds and other things, as well as copper containers and other things. And of course there is iron and lead. Other what they bring must from the land of Romans. And of course he's saying that the people of Najd would spend their purebred horses to the outskirts of the Roman Empire for a trade, because their horses were desired by the Romans due to their strong running ability. Thus the Arabs of Najd would bring many camels from Egypt and so on. And we have another context for Riki. Sorry. He's saying that I know that Indian goods such as sugar, cardamom, cloves, cinnamon, pepper, turmeric, and other such goods are all desirable to the people of Najd, and most of these are brought from the ports of Yemen. They rarely bring them from the coast of Yemen. Yes, a lot of them came to them on the way of Qataif and Bahrain. I know that the people of Najd in particular are the ones who bring most of these types of trade. And we have another So it takes rare to find among them someone who loved comfort, and they have a great longing for travel, a strange ambition, and an amazing energy, such that a person among them can be away from his family and homeland for 20 years or more, and travel from his home to the King of China, for example. Many of their merchants today are settled in Albion and Damascus, Syria, and some of them are in Egypt. Such one of them has a period of 20 years or more. So this is a context for Reiki, and shows us there is more traders, and they have the ability and they have the energy for trading from different areas in the earth. So of course they will have exchange and having the to the country. Okay, we have another context. Shows that it's a context from John. He says that the palaces of the Al Saud family, the main mosques, other public buildings, guest houses, and the homes of the nobles occupied the the eastern side of the city. There was a square in the eastern corner of the city, which must have been the public market square, and the road surrounding it formed the commercial part of the city. Ibn Bishr said that he has a context, shows us the description of goods, description of Diriyah, market and business deals. He said that we saw Diriyah after the Saud bin Abdul Aziz bin Muhammad bin Saud, and we saw the family, the money, and the having and the men of that country. And he's speaking about the Al Saud, and speaking about Taif and its homes, and there is an area called Al Bujari, and there is a lot of silver and gold in that area. And of course there is some yes, the description of the Diriyah market and business deals in that time. So this is a context for Ibn Bishr, and which is a great context, because it's there is a description for Diriyah and business deals, talking about the markets. Let me focus on one point, which is we are speaking about the 18th century, and the country was established in that time. If we look at it, that time, in the two Americas is filled with the traders, But of course, Diriyah was filled with the traders, with the travelers. So this shows how the country is huge, how it's very important in that time, and it's like a connection point for the connected point for the traders and the travelers. We have another context for Ibn Bishr, and it shows us the diversity of traders and the trade in Diriyah. This country was the strongest country because their families are strong, they have a lot of men, they have money, you can't count it. So if you go there and ask for them, you will find out their families have a lot of monies, and so of course this shows who came to Diriyah in that time. He came only for the trading and exchange the goods. So Ibn Bishr said that the rental value in Diriyah market, like so the price of the shop, one shop was 45 riyals only, and it shows how it's the rental value. It was like around 45 riyals only. There is another context related to the Ibn Bishr, shows us the description of goods and describe of Diriyah market and business deals. If you stop in any high land, you will see that there is a lot of shops and a lot of traders who's buying and selling some goods. So Ibn Bishr repeating a lot of description, a lot of traders and travelers in that time. So at the end, I would like to thank you and thank your presence for being here, and of course how the context that you picked was very interesting. And there is a sayr, and Ibn Bishr catch my eyes. So how can we connect these how can we connect the traders with the how can we connect the weapons that were made in Diriyah with the traders? So can you give us more explanation? Yes, of course. In Diriyah there was they made weapons from iron, but of course there is a different style, different techniques for the weapons. Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad, for your presentation. It was very interesting. So usually, if you compare the Diriyah markets with the different markets from the neighboring markets, so if you compare it, between each other, I think it will be very obvious and clear for us as a listener. And thank you so much. In the name of Allah, thank you so much for Dr. Muhammad. Your research is very, very important. So my question is not a direct question for the diversity of traders, but there is one of the resources talks about the diversity of markets related to صايغ. And of course you know more about a صايغ, but one of the resources about a صايغ. Have you worked with the صايغ before? There is a very important term which is اللجلاج. It's very important term, and 2 years ago there is in Riyadh season they use اللجلاج term, and it shows us the meaning of اللجلاج, which is the sound of the moving things. And I think this is a very important and interesting term, and thank you so much. So let me answer your question. Doctor, we learned a lot of him. So I'm with you. Yes, term اللجلاج is very important, but this will not let us away from the research. But of course, we going back to the resources. We're trying to catch everything is very important and show it to the people. But in my research, I'm trying my best to connect everything that is related to the traders and to the diverse of the markets. Thank you so much, Doctor. It's a value workshop. The seasonal market in الطريف and البجاري. We have a lot of shops, but I hope you can go back and just add the currency that used in that time, and the currency that they use it in that time. Yes, of course, it's very important. Thank you so much, Ashwair. The currency is very important in trading and for the traders, and I didn't focus on it today because we have a lot of research which is focused on, but of course it's known there is only just a few currency like dollars and dirhams, and there is a real, French real, and so on. So of course we have a local and international currency, but to be more accurate, there is no Saudi currency in that time. In the name of Allah, I'm thanking you, Dr. Muhammad, for your valuable workshop. There is a Nakhasa Souk. It was like the Mecca al-Mukarrama was the largest market in the Nakhasa. How can Souk al-Nakhasa market in Mecca, but it's not in Diriyah? How? And I have another question, which is a dollar. In the 17th and 18th century, there was a dollar. So can you tell us dollar is related to what? Let me answer the second question, then going back to the first question. It's Rial. Maybe it's Maria Theresa Rial or the French one or dollar. It has different names, but it's the same value. But we know it is Rial Maria Theresa. So my focus was in الدرعية. Not I'm not focusing on the different markets in the Venezuela, but according to our agenda in the Diriyah seminar. So I was focused on the traders, trading, and of course for the travelers. So for the goods, we Diriyah was having goods from different countries, from different cities as well. So, but the currency was the Rial, which is Maria Theresa Rial. Thank you so much. Dr. Muhammad, thank you so much for your research, which is related to the context, and especially to Diriyah. But can you tell us more about the resources for the context? And of course, you should type or tell us more about the resources, if it's a foreign resources or a Saudi resources. And of course, we need to have the reports of the context as well. Even though if we go through different topics and so on. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Muhammad. Thank you for your presence and thank you. The next workshop will be at 1:30. So we will see you there, inshallah. Thank you so much.
تستعرض محاضرتنا القادمة جهود الحفاظ على التراث التجاري السعودي والممارسات
Welcome back. Today we will have safeguarding commercial heritage in-depth study of a trade sustainability. It will be about in the past and the future. It's a comparison. So Munira Zir, let's welcome Munira Zir to the stage. In the name of Allah. So first of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Nira Zir from Heritage Commission. I have a master's in heritage from one of the Britain universities. So I'm working on different researchers, and it will be soon. It will be published soon. So it will be about the traders and the connecting point for the traders and the travelers, and of course there is the way of the traders from where to where, and the value, the cultural value of the trading. So my aim to do the research is to know more about the culture, and of course to enhance our knowledge about the culture, the traders, and of course there is a lot of points that I focused on. Also, we will talk about how we keep these practices for new generations. So as we know that we will go through the case study, aim of and objects, literature review, and then paper of the methodology and results and outcomes. So the study, the case study, it will be about the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the traders. So as we can see now, we have the aim and objectives of the workshop. So the research aims to provide insights into balancing economic growth with the preservation of commercial heritage practices, ensuring that these culture assets are maintained for future generations. So, of course, to evaluate the significance of preserving commercial heritage practices in maintaining culture identity, supporting community and continuity, and acknowledging its role in economic history. and of course to critical examine current policies, legal framework, and the practices aimed at safeguarding and sustaining commercial heritage. And of course, to identify challenges such as economic and cultural changes that threaten commercial heritage practices, and explore opportunities to integrate traditional trade policies into modern economic systems. So the question is, why it's important to sustain the intangible practices of commercial heritage trade, and what strategies can be implemented to ensure its preservation in the face of modern culture and economic challenges. So, according to the UNESCO 2022, cultural heritage is included oral traditions, performing arts, social practices, rituals, celebrations, knowledge, and practices related to the natural and the universe, as well as the skills required to create traditional crafts based on UNESCO definition. The Ministry of Culture and Heritage Commission define the intangible cultural heritage. It is the practices and of course the concept of the cultural heritage unstable, which make it still not understood by people and local communities. So the Majlis is a culture one. So once you looked at the Majlis, the old one, you will find out that it's like a learning zone for young people in that time, and it's the main and the only place to learn and get the knowledge from elder people as well. So here, as we have the concepts of oral traditions and expressions as one of the main domains of intangible culture heritage, can be defined as all forms of sounds, expressions, body gestures, samples, and written signs that can produced by local communities and used for communications and interaction with the others. They serve to clarify meanings, transmit knowledge, creativity, and history, and express their inner thoughts and emotions. These expressions represent a part of their unique culture identity. Oral traditions and expressions in 2003, according to oral expression techniques, practical lessons, 2020 book, Dr. Abdul Aziz Naqbal discussed the definition of oral expressions techniques. So which refers to an expression linked to speech and primary form of verbal expression that is widely used in various aspects of life. It's the ability of express oneself through speech. So, according to the social practices, rituals, and festival events in 2003, community life is characterized by social practices, rituals, and events that shape the lives of communities and groups. Many of these activities are shared by the relevant to most of their members due to, of course, the Radfield to the 2003 convention in 2008, convention for the safeguarding of the intangible culture heritage. Saudi Arabia, represented by Heritage Commission, approved the definition of social practices as the activity that inherited from generation to generation, and where local communities practice them as part of their life rituals and lifestyles, and are linked to seasons, commissions, or important events in the life stages of individuals, groups, and communities of local communities. And as we know that safeguarding intangible culture heritage, according to the text of 2003 convention, it refers to actions designed to maintain the fidelity to the intangible culture heritage. This includes identifying, documenting, researching, preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing it, as well as transmitting it through formal and informal education, and of course this concept has evolved over time, gaining significant attention, especially focusing on the following. Each culture has the right to preserve, maintain, and protect its culture heritage, and every individual has the right to access and engage with this heritage as well. So one significant heritage route passing through Diriyah and the Najd region was the Silk Road. This heritage network of trade routes connected Asia, the Middle East, the Europe, for fostering a global economy in a world that was more challenging to navigate than today. However, the journey along the Silk Road was fraught with the difficulty. Canvas faced barren desert, high mountains, extreme wealth conditions, and threats from bandits and thieves. Sea travelers encountered their own challenges, including storms, poorly ships, and pirates. So this is a map of silk trade routes. I can't zoom in, but as you can see, the silk routes, it's obvious in the picture. So it was from generation to another, passing through the Najd region. Now we will talk about the importance of the culture So as you can see now, from a social perspective, expressions of trade in the Najd region are um, considered as intangible heritage when traders purchase, sell, and deal with where the Meccans in the past dealt in the Majlis as a culture and social space. Majlis as defined in the field that was registered in 2015 on the representative list of intangible culture heritage of humanity are sitting places where community members gather to discuss local events and issues, exchange news, receive guests, welcoming guests, and socialize and be entertained. And the community gathers in majlis to resolve problems, pay consultancy, and hold wedding receptions. So Majlis play a significant role in transmitting practices and silk from the elder generation to the young generation through observing them and learning the manners and ethics of their community, dialogue and listening skills, and respect for the opinions of others as what's in UNESCO 2015. So it's worth mentioning that Majlis is a place where the young generation learned and transferred traditional trade practices, keeping these practices living until these days. Also, traditional trade practices transferred to generations via observing and copying the dealers' dealing skills and living the traditional culture practices. These practices and pieces of knowledge were well known in the past, where families let them their children work in the sheikh who have shops and the trade convey to learn and gain the silks they need to be dealers in the future. So, from economic impact of heritage market, there is a number of studies and research implemented around the world have demonstrated that culture, heritage, and its preservation can significantly contribute toward reaching the targets of sustainable development. Cultural heritage can be valued on many levels, from the emotional experience gained from experiencing heritage sites to their value as a source of revenue, jobs, and training opportunities. The preservation of culture heritage can create a wide range of economic benefits. They include creating jobs, creating income, and for families, training jobs, and promoting heritage tourism, increasing property values, incubating small businesses, ensuring compatibility with the modernization and evolution. So, yet in Saudi Arabia, heritage elements and communities faced a challenge due the gaps and challenges in the Saudi culture heritage law. One, uh, one, um, One of the challenges is safeguarding heritage practices, either commercial heritage or communities practices or elements. It's sylvies which are still in early stages. So after 5 years of adopting of the 2003 UNESCO Convention on a protect of intangible culture heritage, when Saudi Arabia became a signatory in 2008, Ministry of Culture established initiatives for safeguarding ICH by leading various culture initiatives aimed at preserving and promoting Saudi Arabia's rich cultural heritage, including 5 domains. These initiatives are involving into the there are, let's say, there are opportunities for legal reforms that can provide better protection and promote the sustainable of the trade practices as a cultural heritage of Najdi people and Saudi people as well. And it's important to make Diriyah the destination of Saudi trade, a destination which produces, sells and exports Saudi knowledge, silks and products, and one that welcomes people from all over the world to practice trade and learn the traditional methods that were used on the Arabian Peninsula at the center of trade. Establishing and achieving cultural majlis to exchange knowledge, opinions, experiences, and business practices with a view of preserving the integral cultural heritage practices that thank you so much for being here. This is my research in a brief. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Munira. Is there any question? In the name of Allah, thank you so much, Miss Munira. I'm Osama Ibrahim from the University of Imam Muhammad bin Faisal. There is a very it's not a strong, you didn't provide a strong resources. I think there is an opportunity in the heritage. The opportunity is the heritage is still alive, so and it's still preserving by the commission. I just looked at the one of the researchers talks about the Sharqiya heritage. She has the knowledge and she provide a very strong resources as well. So I think there is opportunity still available. We can reach, and you can have it as a strong resource for you. So you have the trade routes for the Najdi going or passing by the Najd. going to Al-Hajj or Al-Umrah, and the opportunity, which is the things written in the rocks, you can have it as a strong resource, and you can find out there is in these lines or in these fonts showing that they going through a happy moment or in a very bad moment. You can read the feelings of the old people who's passing by these routes. So these symbols, you can have it even in the Islamic way or in the regular way. You can read it. So I think these main three elements will have this strong, provide you a strong research. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. You speak about the internal efforts that we are working in the Heritage Commission, but today we are working on documenting the talking about the pearl and how we manufacture these pearls. And today we support we supporting the initiatives as well. So our duty is to redocument these maps, redocument these fonts and the things that written in the rocks. But I think soon you will it will be published. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here, and thank you everyone. Thank you so much, Ms. Munira, for your research by viewing us the strategies and the ways of the traders. So our next workshop will start at 3 o'clock. It will talk about the from Beirut to Diriyah.
And we will come back to a panel discussion that aims to explore innovative methodologies titled Mapping Cultural Landscapes from Beirut to Riyadh. Thank you so much. Shukran.
أنا ما سامعكم. إيش قاعد تقولوا؟ تو يلا فاتح. ما
أربعة
فاتح.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ما طويل يعني ليش؟ بسم الله تيست مايك. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بسم الله خلاص كويس. هنا شام اوكي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ما بعرف اللي هنا شايف الوراء غلبتني في اللونج. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ما بطيء أنا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد. تيست مايك. تيست 1 2 3. بسم الله. تشيك مايك. بسم الله. تيست 1 2 3. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تيست. سكر. صوت. طلع عنا هنا مايك هيدسيت. تمام. حلو. لا خلي هذا المايك شغال. طيب اوكي اسمع. لما يبدا من الجدول البرزنتيشن راح يكون وين؟ على البوديوم. حلو. راح نكون حاطين له بس هيدسيت. احنا طفي لي المايك اللي هنا خليه شغال على الهيدسيت. تمام. خلص. طيب المذيعة في المايك المذيعة في الهاند مايك. المذيعة عندي الهيدسيت ما راح تكون حاطة هيدسيت. هنا بتكون فاتح لها المايك بس تنزل بتسكره. دن اعطي لايك اشاره اي شيء افهم انك فهمتني. اوكي
Hello, everyone. Hi. So this panel discussion is going to be the end of today in Al Awja stage. This panel discussion aims to explore innovative methodologies for documenting and preserving cultural heritage, with a special focus on both tangible and intangible aspects. For our moderator today, I'm going to be welcoming onto the stage Dr. David Awad, an associate professor and director of the Institute of Environmental Studies and Research at the Lebanese American University.
Welcome to this afternoon session where we will be discussing the cultural landscape from Beirut to Diriyah. Allow me to welcome our speakers today from Lebanese American University and from MIT. I will start with my colleagues from Lebanese American University, Ms. Rula Khouri. She's an associate professor at the Lebanese American University. She holds a master's degree in urban planning from Harvard University and a bachelor's degree in architecture with a minor in political science from the American University of Beirut. She has received numerous academic honors, including the Peter Cook Honorary Award and the Azar and Aaron Awards. Her research explores topics such as the impact of material globalization in the Middle East, the representation of capital in urban spaces, affordable housing solutions, and alternative public spaces. Doctor. Our second speaker from Lebanese American University as well, Dr. Karine El-Taif. She's an assistant professor at the Lebanese American University in Beirut with a PhD in geography and spatial planning from the University of Montpellier and INRAE, and master's degree in urban planning from AUB and agricultural engineering. Her research focuses on the interaction between space and nature in urban areas. She also works as a consultant in agriculture, landscape design, urban planning, and environmental projects. Dr. El-Taif. Our third guest speaker, Ms. Daniela Maamere. She's a lead researcher and project manager at MIT Future Heritage Lab, an architect, urban planner, and research dedicated to designing sustainable communities that celebrate cultural heritage. Her expertise encompasses projects across the globe as a principal investigator and project manager at MIT's Future Heritage. Our first lecture will be of mud, the role of mud as Dr.
Okay, hello everybody. The title of our presentation is Beyond Materiality, Mud as a Living Material in Heritage Preservation. I will start with the picture of Wadi Hanifa, the longest and most important valley near Riyadh, to highlight its importance as a natural and cultural landscape that has informed the shaping of Saudi towns and traditional architecture. And mud that we will be speaking about in our presentation has been historically, and it's still up until now, sourced locally. And the palm groves that we see in the picture have supplied the fronds that used to be used in the traditional built-up structures. So now I will introduce the topic. In an era marked by growing environmental consciousness, local traditional construction materials are being revisited in search of alternatives that would be more sustainable and present a lower ecological footprint. Mud is among those materials, and it holds a prominent place, having been historically widespread and having constituted an integral part of the landscapes of the East, even more those of Arab cities. Al-Diriyah, where we gather today, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site in the kingdom, is one of those regions where building was mud-based until 2 to 3 decades ago. And as you may already know, as part of its Vision 2030, the kingdom has already embarked on several development plans in the region, envisioning the creation of a new mud city. So I'm quoting Al-Mugrin. Through this initiative, it aims to achieve sustainable growth by promoting local traditions and raising awareness on heritage and cultural values. So building on this recent interest in handmade buildings and the use of local materials in contemporary construction, recent research on mud has primarily focused on re-examining its mechanical and geological properties, as well as its potential to contribute to sustainable architecture. However, we've noticed that there's a gap in research as per the role of local materials as carriers of local knowledge and culture. So this gap forms the raison d'être, the basis of our research and presentation today, which will explore mud not merely as a construction material, but as what we term a dynamic living material. So this designation stems not only from its earthly composition, but also from its profound cultural significance. So now I leave the floor to my colleague, Professor Rula Khouri, who will tell us more about this exploration.
Thank you, Karine. I would like to start my short intervention with a quote by Master Architect Hassan Fathi. Still not moving. So build your architecture from what is beneath your feet, says Hassan Fathi. And I'm starting this in order to shed light on the importance of the place and its nature, and also its local material. So mud is integral to our culture and to our cultural identity, at least in our region. And thus, it offers a very important insight on sustainability and also for heritage preservation projects. While it is often viewed through the lens of its geotechnical properties, its socio-cultural attributes are vital for supporting local cultures and its continuity. Our study will focus on its cultural significance rather than these physical and technical properties. We will be exploring 3 main aspects. One, it is the semiotics of mud. 2 are the sensorial aspect or sensorial dimension of mud. And 3, the community engagement that is triggered by mud construction. Right. So another quote by Umberto Eco: languages are not given to us, they are built by us. We can interpret the world through the signs we create. says Umberto Eco. And so basically what that means is that this exploration and the semiotic exploration of signs and symbol could be considered as integral to our understanding of culture, and thus they shape how individuals view the world and view their environment. Each mud building tells a story of its inhabitants, values, struggles, and aspirations, creating a rich visual tapestry of cultural heritage. Mud architecture embodies meanings, and these meanings are strongly embedded in this culture. Its revival could counter, in many ways, globalization, which often dilutes local identities. As communities faces modernization and environmental change, the significance of mud architecture as a vessel of cultural identity becomes increasingly vital, reinforcing the need for its preservation and appreciations. Another aspect that we would like to tackle is the sensorial, basically, qualities that contribute to the significance of mud in heritage preservation and significantly affect the atmosphere and the spatial experiences of the built environment. The tactile warmth, malleability, and aesthetic appeal of mud create immersive spaces that resonate with inhabitants and visitors alike. The process of applying and working with mud also engages the senses in a participatory manner. This hands-on interaction allows individuals to connect with the material on a personal level, enhancing their relationship with space. So again, quoting or following recommendations from architect Hassan Fathi, who highlights the importance of manual skills in building with earth. He notes that the act of creating with mud fosters pride and ownership among artisans and residents. So when touched, mud can feel cool in warm climates and warm in cooler conditions, effectively regulating the microclimate of a space. This highlights that mud possesses the power to evoke emotional responses by the user. Visually, mud architecture presents a rich palette of colors and forms that vary based on the geographic location and the soil, so again evoking feelings and the connection to the land. And finally, the acoustic properties of mud contribute to the sensory atmosphere of a space. The thick walls of mud structures can absorb sound, creating a calm and peaceful environment, reproducing the tranquility and intimacy of old mud settlements. So we'd like to end here this short intervention with the commitment and the engagement of the community through mud construction. So mud architecture, with its communal construction processes and local material use, embodies the collective identity of the community. It manifests the social structures, rituals, and shared experiences that have also evolved over time. Mud is often described as a living substance due to its dynamic properties and the ongoing relationship it establishes with its environment and inhabitants alike. Unlike static material, such as concrete or steel, mud structures require community involvement before the construction starts, and it continues afterward, requiring regular maintenance and care. These three aspects set the stage for a deeper discussion about mud as a material and as a living, what we describe as a living material. So a discussion about a case study, Beit Isa, will further elaborate on these three important aspects. And this is where I would like to give the floor to David, my colleague, to introduce the case study. Thank you.
Thank you, Rula. So as Rula mentioned, mud, we do not consider mud as a regular construction material. It kind of, talks to people, and people interact with it. So in order to make this, in order to highlight what we are talking about, we decided to talk about a case study, a project that I have been fortunate enough to follow as an observer rather than an architect or a planner. It is in Riyadh. It is in old Arga, here in between the Safarat area and Bujairi, the old Arga area. This is a story that talks about a man that I will call Badr for today. This man had a dream to revive his ancestor village, a cluster, where his granddad or his grandfather used to live since 1873. Unfortunately, this cluster was demolished after the people who used to live there, the many families who used to live there, left it for other areas, such as the New Arga and other areas in Riyadh. And this became almost a no man's land for a long time. And this person, Badr, used to pass by every day next to this old Arqa. Used to think, I should do something here, because his grandfather's house was demolished, and there was still few clusters, maybe a couple of dozens of clusters that were still there, small houses, completely demolished by time and by dust and the erosion of time. So this is the area where we have the old Arga Park. We have, of course, on the northern side, the Prince Mishal Bil Aziz highway. It's an area called Wadi Marfoud. It is the old Arqa. We have the Jerusalem Cemetery right on the southern side. We have the Arqa Gardens. We have a very old Arqa Mosque right at the edge of the site. And this cluster, as you can see in this aerial view, it holds about maybe 18 or 19 old houses. Most of them were completely demolished. And this dream of Badr was to actually, 8 years ago, when he was passing by his car, he saw written, hand sprayed on one of the buildings there, for sale. So it was one of his ancestors' houses, but the house wasn't there anymore. So he decided to buy the closest house that was close to his grandfather's area. So he bought the house, which was completely demolished, and he started slowly, almost 3 years ago, rebuilding. He started using the existing mud as a material, as a living material, as Rula and Karine were saying, because people were helping him. There was no architect in charge. There were very few consultants. It started as almost an act of therapy, because for him it was important to see the material, how it would work. So he started by building walls, started by cleaning the area, and slowly the old house of his grandfather started taking shape. And the funny thing about the story that after 6 or 7 months, the neighbors that completely left the area started passing by, and they saw that something was happening in this area. So they stopped and they asked this guy, said, "What are you doing? Why are you building here? This area is completely devastated. Nobody will come here anymore." And he told them his story. And after a while, they got completely excited about the idea of doing something. So they said, "Please, you fix our..." Said, "Okay, give me tafweed." I don't know how you say tafweed in Arabic, and please, can you fix our house the way you are doing? So people came together. They're starting getting the mud from Wadi Hanifa. This is very close to the Wadi Hanifa, because still the material is still there. They got a structural consultant to deal with the structure that was completely wasted, but in order to make these houses work, they needed to put at least some metal structure. They needed to add some CMU at some point, but in order to keep the spirit of this place, the use of mud was there. There was no plans because they kept the traces of the old houses, and they just continued what was once completely devastated and torn. These are the pictures. I took these pictures because I was fortunate enough to visit this area just before it got renovated. So these are a few images of how this place looked like. We can see remains of old mud houses, some stone walls completely deliberated. We can see that can you hear me? The fence that separates the Wadi Hanifa. So this was the old So this is an old map that was drawn a croquis, as they say here. That show it's upside down because here in this map, the Wadi Hanifa, to match the GIS image, it should be so we see the names of all these families that used to live here. We see on top Isa, which is the name of the village today, Beit Isa, because this was his grandfather's name. So all the families used to have their small little houses here, and this was taken today by this person, Badr, and redrawn, digitized, and based on this, he recreated streets that existed in this cluster. So today, people come, people help. I don't think you can hear me. Can you hear me? Yeah. Thank you. So these are images of the site just before it started. They started work. We can see that many of the materials exist there, and lots of the old houses that were completely demolished still have the stone on the side. They still have the wood, the ethel wood, and that has been recycled and reused in the creation of the new structures. So here we have few details, few openings. It's an amazing place. It's an amazing space that people just loved visiting even before it got demolished. And these are images of some artisan that was brought from Yemen, people who understand the use of mud and understand the technique of mud. And they were brought, 7 of them actually, who were living there for a few months, and they were doing the mixes between the water, between the mud, between the straw, and applied on the walls. These are images of the site being restructured in order to take the extra pressure from the roofs. So I'm going to go quickly on these. We see here an image of an artisan trying to mix the straw with the mud, with the water, recreate this texture. The mud was brought from Wadi Hanifa, so it has exactly the same color of mud that was 100 years ago. So the use of locally sourced raw material, the mud, the clay, the straw, preferred building material, arid regions. So important properties, the durability, the thermal insulation, the energy efficiency. Here are a few images solidifying the structure. Artisans really working very well, very small materials, hand materials, no big compressors, nothing to fragilize the structure. So everything was really slow. We can see things taking shape. Oh, sorry. So, no. Okay. So the spaces, the passages inside, the structure with the metal, very thin metal, just to support the roof, the recreation of the existing walls with the material that used to exist. Finally, a few images at night where we see some of the houses that still are not inhabited, but they were cleaned up, they were renovated, and now they serve as a background for events such as Eid al-Ta'sis or Eid al-Watani. Some events will take place here. I'm not promoting the events, but I just think that this project serves as an example for private initiatives. Today, although we acknowledge that events or projects like Diriyah or other projects in Riyadh are amazing and doing amazing work in just putting things together, but there are also some very important private initiatives in Riyadh, and those people are doing a lot of work. They spend so much effort, private money, they are not getting funded. Just restoring and rehabilitating what they feel for them is heritage. And I think this is crucial, and that is so part of the Saudi culture, and this is something we feel every day, and we were coming here. So final images of how it looks today. And I want to give it back to Karine for final recommendations.
Okay, thank you, David. I think David has already started the conclusion. So to conclude, as the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is advancing towards achieving its Vision 2030 objectives, embracing mud as a process rather than merely a construction material opens the door to innovative approaches in urban planning and heritage conservation, as we have shown in our presentation. And as we have already argued, this perspective is deeply rooted in local culture, respects tradition, traditional heritage while encouraging a diversity of architectural expressions that avoid imposing a uniform style or material. So building on this, we advocate for the integration of private heritage preservation initiatives as vital context-specific endeavors that serve as carriers of local cultures. But of course, these initiatives must operate under the guidance of dedicated commissions tasked with regulating their implementation and ensuring compliance with applicable laws. More broadly, we advocate for a deeper exploration of local construction materials, first as building resources capable of addressing contemporary sustainability challenges, but even more as living materials that by embodying local cultures and fostering community engagement can facilitate a more authentic and community-driven approach to heritage preservation. Thank you.
We move to the second presentation by Danielle Mamari, Living Heritage, Atlas, Beirut. So from Diriyah to Beirut.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here today. I think it was great the way that their presentation ended because it segues very well into my talk today, which is going to be about the Living Heritage Atlas Beirut project, a case study that looks at how we can use community engagement as well as data mapping in order to preserve and create platforms that preserve the living heritage of a region, for instance, such as these craftsmen that they were showing. So a little bit about, me. So I'm Daniela Mamari. I'm the lead researcher and project manager at the Future Heritage Lab. And a few months ago, I actually moved to Saudi Arabia. So I now live in Medina and I work in the industry as a design manager as well. So a little bit about how this project started. So first of all, it's important to know that it is a collaboration between the MIT Future Heritage Lab, which I've been working at for many years, which we use art and design in context of scarcity mostly, and see how we can integrate them in the community and use heritage to engage communities, work across borders, etc. in these contexts. And then we have the Civic Data Design Lab, headed by Dr. Sarah Williams, and they work on how can we use data for public good. So the context, that wasn't supposed to happen, okay? Okay, so unfortunately the context that we were working in was quite grim, but it was actually after the explosion that occurred in Beirut in August of 2020. So we were a group of architects, researchers, urban planners, and we were seeing how can we, in this moment, work on supporting the efforts on the ground. And what we realized was that actually, in the aftermath of the blast, there was a lot of money that came to support the material reconstruction of the buildings. But, and not just in this reconstruction process, but we also did a study to look at the, unfortunately, many previous reconstruction processes, and craftspeople were not really involved too much in the reconstruction efforts. And so we did some search, and we realized that a part of it was that they were actually obviously an informal network, so it was quite difficult to find these expertise when you needed them. So our project, the Living Heritage Atlas, is this design-based research project that looked at documenting the network of craftsmanship in the area affected by the blast. Not just the contemporary one, but also looking back in time to understand how did the different political situations, security issues affect the displacement of these craftsmen over time. So what we did, number one, we constructed an open access database of geolocated crafts workshops from as early as we could find. So talking from like the 1890s, of photos of marketplaces, etc., all the way to contemporary existing workshops in the areas affected by the blast. We also created kind of a connection between the physical and the digital through interactive installations. And we created a community engagement program where we did lots of talks, living heritage events, mapathons, etc., with the local community. So number one, it was very important through our data collection to ensure that whatever we were going to build was going to be open access and people were able to contribute to it. So we did a lot of interviews with stakeholders, particularly with entities that were dealing with the reconstruction process at the time, and entities that support local craftsmen. We went one by one to these craftsmen. We did a holistic mapping activity with over 10 people who were working with us on the ground in Beirut. And we documented these crafts workshops. And of course, not to belittle, also we had over 600 archival entries. And in Lebanon, unfortunately, it's not very organized. So you have several entities that you need to go to. So whether it's universities, private collectors, etc. And we compiled this information one by one. And eventually, we were able to create a website. Is this playing? Okay. So this is a demo of the website. So this website, basically, we amassed all this different information, and we geolocated all these images. We decided to focus on images, but of course, this can expand to much more. So it can become an oral storytelling. It can become actually the process of how you build a certain element. It can be a video, etc. But basically, what we did was we mapped all these crafts workshops in the area. And we reached out to these craftsmen to also tell us if they would like their contact information to be displayed. That it did occur. So we received permissions from some of them. And this was very crucial in the aftermath of the blast because all the INGOs or other entities that were providing them with aid were able to actually do so because now they could contact them. So we also ensured that these are like crafts workshops and the archival images were mapped within the context which they were. So we did the geolocation of historic maps of what the streets used to look like, etc. So you are able to see the photo in the context or the street that it used to be on. So these are some of the images. For example, you see this from an Armenian newspaper archive. Our geographic extent was from the Beirut Central District to Burj Hamoud, which is outside of municipal Beirut, and it is known as an area where there is a strong migrant Armenian community historically that are well embedded in the Lebanese society, but that they bring with them their own crafts culture and different processes and practices. And you can see here on the website, even right now, you can download all this information. And you can also contribute. So for instance, if you have the picture of your grandfather's workshop, you can right now go on the website and add it to the database and help us grow together. So the second part of this was, okay, we have created this website, and now how do we ensure that this website remains alive and that people are using it and enjoying it and learning about it? So we designed a sticker intervention. It was like a small signage, and it came along with a whole cultural program that we designed in the city, including tours, etc., which we will see in the later slides. But basically, we put stickers all over the city along this map. And this map, what did it do? So these points were the different historical crafts workshops that used to exist there and don't anymore, or crafts workshops that have existed, for instance, for 100 years or 70 years in the Beiruti capital. And so we plastered them all over the city according to the map. And when you went there, you could use your phone and scan the code and send, let's say, here 37EN or Arabic, and you receive a photo with an accompanying story of the craftsman or the crafts workshop that is located exactly where you are standing. So for instance, during one of the tours, what happened was the grandkids of the person in the photo saw like a photo of their grandpa when he was young working in the workshop. So it becomes like an interactive way to learn about this hidden history and reveal it, sort of. And then obviously what I was talking about, this cultural program. So it was very important that through this project, we make sure to combine all these different stakeholders to chat together, to ensure that everybody's cooperating, that there is data sharing between them, and to make sure that we are advancing this much needed dialogue between the entities. So we did not just this, but also reached out to the community to participate with us. Okay, my finger is very heavy on the thing. Okay, so we did posters and we plastered them all over the city, and it was the whole program. And the people who joined us on craft workshop tours, archival workshop tours, the Living Heritage Atlas event, and the Mapathon, they received a mobile kit that had a map and, for example, like pens, and they went, when we were walking together, they could also help us add maybe new points that we hadn't noticed, etc. So we went we selected certain craftsmen and we created paths, and we went and saw how they are doing their craft. So all the different process, they walked us through it, what they were inspired by, etc. So some of them, for example, have more like traditional type of techniques, and others have engaged with contemporary and have created something very unique as well. So these are some of the craftsmen that we visited. And then we created this Living Heritage Atlas event. And the point of this event was, again, to create a dialogue. We selected a very symbolic location. It was called the Abroyan factory. It's one of the first factories that was employing over hundreds of artisans in this area of Burj Hamoud. And we gave each person a role. So everybody who was attending the event was either a craftsman, was somebody who was contributing data to us, and we asked them to bring what we termed the living heritage item. So whether it was, let's say, a book about reconstruction or guidelines on how to reconstruct historic walls with lime and plaster, or whether it was, for instance, a picture of their grandpa, or whether it was the tools that they use. So different elements. And we took, we scanned them, or we took like images of them, and we integrated them within our archive. And we did a lot of discussions with actors who are on the ground. So we wanted to ensure that we are building on whatever is there. So everybody from, for instance, Instagram influencer who has like a page dedicated to crafts, all the way to very established entities, all the way to Nahnu, all the way to the different entities that are there. And we also looked at the importance of this documentation. We looked at how can we help develop the policies and strengthen the current situation of these artisans. And artisans were part of the discussion, the syndicate, so there were a lot of entities that are interested in that. And there was then also the big funders, so the UNESCO and the UN Habitat, who were actually providing funding at the time to the cultural and creative spaces. So these are some images from the event. And the biggest and most fun part also was what we did was we have all our data and we printed it on really, really big maps, and we placed it in this huge factory, which was on the ground floor. And we invited all the local community, elder people, whoever was present, to come in and help us also add to this database together. So this, for instance, Wissam Houri, this is his son, would be the 4th generation leather craftsman who makes horse saddles. So like very specific, but also very beautiful to see like all the intergenerational aspects of these traditions and practices being moved forward. Do I still have time? I can play a video. Yeah. Okay. So this is a video actually that we did. 1, 2, 3. So I'm going to allow you to enjoy a 2-minute video that's also like a summary of this project. There's no sound. It's okay, we can skip it if there's no sound. In any case, I thought this case study particularly would be interesting in the context that we are in right now, because there's a lot of, this study and this case study can be done in so many different contexts. And intangible heritage is very important to preserve it. And I think here there is a lot of effort that's already being done on intangible cultural practices and how do you preserve them. But also there's that second element of how do I involve the community and make sure that they know about this heritage and make sure to safeguard it for future generation in a way that's entertaining and exciting and informative. And so I believe like community engagement is very important in this regard. And these kind of projects can also expand very much to include different elements of building practices. There's something also about the spatialization of this project. For instance, we were talking this morning with several speakers about the nomadic tribes and their movement through time. So how do you also follow these stories and try to spatialize them, spatialize these intangible cultural practices? So thank you very much. I think I will end my presentation here. Okay.
Daniela. Before we take audience questions, maybe I have a couple of questions for Daniela, since you just finished, and Rula and Karine. Daniela, first question to come to mind is, how do you feel, if you have to summarize the application fields of archiving this heritage, how do you feel it helps architects, planners, even real estate developers develop better cities, better neighborhoods? If you had to summarize maybe a couple of points on the advantages of using that.
Of course. Hello? Okay. Of course, when you have a database or you are able to work with this specialist, which is the craftsman actually, who knows his material and who knows how to build with it, and who historically also has known so many different applications of it, it directly makes it a more intimate experience where you feel like he really knows how to manipulate this material and really knows its limits and how you can experience it in a more authentic way. So I feel like it does add a layer of authenticity perhaps to contemporary architecture. Like right now we are all seeing this move towards, for example, the vernacular, etc. Yeah. But also in our study we look at not just the historical, maybe the traditional building craft that we're thinking about, the guy who is doing mosaic or whatever. No, we are also talking about the carpenter, who might also be doing a very modern chair, etc. But you are working with this person who really is a master of their craft, and it helps add also another layer to it. So it's not so cookie cutter, perhaps, or it's more inspired by the local community, etc. I hope that answers.
Yeah, thank you. Final question, maybe for Rula and Karine, and myself. After reviewing mud and its applications and its symbiotics, and where do you feel in today's changing lifestyles and changing societies? People have different needs, have different spaces they dream of, different sizes of homes. How do you feel, and where do you see the limitation of using mud as a construction material, amongst other things?
David, I'm not sure if I can answer your question directly, but I think that one of the intersections between our work and Daniela's work is basically the way we try to empower the community. And engaging the community itself is a big chunk of preserving the past, but also engaging in the future. So I think, so to go back to mud, engaging with mud or engaging with a local material will engage with people who has the knowledge about their land which means their past, the craftsmanship that were there, and the, the savoir-faire in that area, and that will allow them to actually remodel it, work with it, and tailor it for modern and future ways of life and maybe needs. And I think that this is really the most important thing. So rather than looking at preservation as a thematic proposed to the community by the state or the authorities or those who are interested in that theme, empowering the community and engaging them in that work would actually make sure that this will be a sustainable strategy in the future, irrespective of the little technicalities and of some of the gaps. So it's an informal way for preservation. It's a new way of looking at preservation that is maybe not very traditional, but that can ensure, in a way, a sustainable approach to that. And that is also locally based, that is pretty much based on the locality. And therefore, it can travel differently and in different ways and shapes everywhere.
Absolutely. Karim, maybe a few words?
No, I don't have anything to add. Thanks, David.
We can take your questions if you wish. We still have 10 minutes or 7 minutes.
Thank you very much. It is just an open question to everybody because I find it really fascinating. Of course, there's tons of wonderful initiatives to support, to document, to stimulate and all that. But when it comes to sustainability, how to make sure that these crafts actually continue, and this is when you're getting into the economics of it all. Because obviously what makes those crafts special to this region is because they were able to operate within the particular economic setup, right? They would use the resources they had access to and deliver it. So how do we move from these wonderful, documenting initiatives to educational apprenticeship and actual inclusion into the whole economic cycle, without which, these things might not survive?
I think it's a question for both lecturers. Would you like to start, Daniela?
Okay. So definitely that's the $1,000,000 question in this field in general. Like, how do you actually ensure that it is a sustainable profession to begin with, and that I've spoken to so many craftsmen and they don't want their kids to do it because they know it's not very profitable. So I think in that scenario, it depends on the context that you're in and how much power you have and to be able to enact policies that support them. For instance, in the context of Lebanon, I believe this was helpful because I know that eventually whoever needed a carpenter, whoever needed a different type of craft, was able to find them. Like, we are at the first step, and the first step is if you need this kind of professional, you know where to find them. So we were still at that stage. And of course, there is a lot of, this was a tricky question while we were doing the research, but do we want to partner with designers, for example? And we saw a lot of examples of where, let's say, a furniture designer would employ certain craftspeople and not pay them well and things like that. So maybe if we have a way to regulate that and, make it a more seamless experience, there are ways to make it economically viable. But I also think there's ideas of matching people, for example, to the crafts. Like, there's a lot that can be done, but I personally, I'm not an economist. I cannot speak to the, let's say, viability economically on the level of a government or let's say city. But there is a lot that can be done in the beginning stages through these type of interactive platforms, through educating people and through making sure that they start to favor these craftsmen or understand the value of why should I work with them.
If I may, I would like to also comment on that. Thank you for raising this question. I do agree with Danielle a lot about the different contexts and the different responses that may be needed in this case in order to make these crafts or the preservation kind of sustainable economically. I do want to highlight some of the conclusions of our paper, whereby we call for a governmental framework that would help and that would regulate private initiatives such as these, because, well, regulating them would make sure and ensure that the quality would be acceptable and good, but also in case there are any needs for subsidies. And I think that there are issues that are very much important and worth subsidizing. And depending on the agenda of every government or every area or every state, I think that, we should be seeking subsidy from the government. Although we shed the light on the importance of private initiatives in preservation, I think we will be very mistaken if we think that the private sector alone can ensure the preservation of national heritage. Without a solid state and a solid agenda and putting forward these issues, there will not be solid or substantial national preservation. And I think that identity is something that is very much related to state vision and state support. So subsidy, definitely all the time welcome, and in different contexts it can come in different ways.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed speakers for sharing their valuable insights and expertise on preserving and documenting cultural heritage. Thank you. The first day of the Diriyah Global Seminar comes to a close, marked by discussion that transcended boundaries and illuminated minds with creativity and profound perspectives. Tomorrow, the seminar will continue with a renewed passion, where ambition guides us and renewal is our pledge. From the heart of Diriyah, history is being written. Thank you. See you tomorrow. يعطيكم العافية.